I wonder. I want to try this thing with just washers. Oh, where's all my parts? Oh. All right. Tweezers. Okay. Let's try this bad boy with no bearings and only washers. First, polish the bearings. I don't find that it makes a huge difference, but any lack of friction we can get helps. Okay. A little bit of stainless polish. And then oh yeah. Polished, non-polished. I think we only need one side polished. And this one we need both sides. Okay. Now when we put this back together, I'm trying grease this time instead of oil like I usually go with. Now apparently it is food grade grease, which I didn't know that. I thought it was just regular stuff. A Q-tip. And this stuff is Super Lube from Harbor Freight. I think this whole thing was like $9 or something. It was really cheap. Now for this, I want the grease in the blade to prevent friction in that area. As well as around the blade. Or around the bearing surface area. Okay, now I don't think that I can do, I completely forgot that. I don't think I can do 2 of the large washers on this, so I'm going to have to go with 2 small ones. This should change things up a little bit. And if it works out better, then great. If it doesn't, then I'll stick it back on the... Well, that's gone. Oh, the joys of dropping parts. Give me just a sec. I'll be right back. Gotta find that. Other phone, where are you? require your flashlight. Where did I drop this thing? There it is. Awesome, that was quick. If only it was always that quick. Instead, they go flying under the kitchen table and you never find them again. And by never find them again, I mean you like search for 5 minutes and then you finally find them. So for anybody that's new, what we're doing right now is we've got a QSP Parrot in D2. One of the bearing sets broke and is no longer functional. So we're replacing the bearings with washers to see how smooth it is. And if it's smooth enough, we'll keep it that way. If it isn't, we'll put it back on half washers and half bearings like we had it before. Okay. I think we're pretty good on the amount of grease that we used. So we'll take these two one at a time. Put the blade on. Okay. Stop pin right there. And then washer, washer, then this. Don't think that's enough clearance. It might. Can we fit this one on there as well? Yeah, nope. We cannot. Well, we'll put it together anyway and see how the clearance feels. If it has too much, we'll take it off and then we'll be putting it back with one bearing as we had it before. Back over to the T8. Screw that back in. Needs to be tighter. Nope. Not enough clearance. That's unfortunate. Because the blade's rubbing against one of the liners right now. It would have been smooth, it's just the washers aren't thick enough. And the other washer is too big to fit properly. Which means we're going back with one bearing. And then we're cleaning up the grease as well. Which isn't fun, but you know, it's part of testing. Making modifications. This is a Frankenstein knife right here. Okay. Yep. So we're going to take that off, clean it off, stick it back in the spare parts bag. It is nice and clean now, though. I started 12 minutes ago. And there's 33 people in here, and nobody said anything until you said something. A little surprised, but not worried about it. It's all good. So yeah, we are modifying my parrot to make it better, I hope. It is going just fine. So what happened to the parrot is one of the bearings broke. One of the ball bearings fell out of the cage, which means it's no longer riding properly. So we're replacing that with washers from a Kershaw leak. And they just happen to fit perfectly on one side only. They don't fit on the other side worth crap, but on this side they're perfect, which is a big deal. That means I get a fully functioning knife, even though one of the main functioning parts was broke when I bought it. Now, of course, I bought it used. I can't complain, but it is nice having redneck engineering and ways of fixing it without having to buy a new set. And we're testing out grease instead of oil this time because I'm curious what it'll do. What kind of lack of friction it'll cause. Should be interesting. Yeah, it just doesn't feel different. So then we got one bearing. So this one's already black. I don't think I can dye it in any way to make it change color. But I like the color black anyway, so I probably wouldn't have changed it. There's a difference. That grease helped a lot. And something to keep in mind is this isn't how it came from factory. And as you guys can hopefully see, we've got bearings on this side and washers on this side. Not bad. Definitely not bad. So we'll go ahead and put the washers back in the spare parts bag. And that was actually all I really wanted to do on this stream, was to try and see if I could swap everything out with only washers. And it turns out you can't. Or at least not with the amount of washers that I have. I need more. It's so weird using parts where they don't belong. But it ended up working out, so I can't complain too much. I think we already got this thing sharp. Yep. Nice and sharp. It's definitely weird. It feels different from the other one. If you take yours apart, clean it, and put it back together, it'll be smoother. That's how the purple one was. When I first got it, the detent was really strong. And then after taking it apart and dyeing the scales and putting it back together, it was a lot smoother. This one has a bit of a strong detent. So the 3 knives that I was carrying today, we've got the Case Sodbuster Jr., the Parrot V2 in D2. Needs cleaned. Or wiped off anyway. And then the Para 3 in Maximate. I think I'm about ready to do a review on that, but I want to break down some more boxes before, so I can get a solid grasp of how the edge retention on it is. HRC is supposed to be between 67 and 69, so pretty dang hard. Hard enough to cut D2 from Boker. So let's put the pocket clip back on the Parrot. The knife that comes to mind when I think of strong detent and just in general, like not or too strong of a detent, the first thing that comes to mind is almost anything with a frame lock that isn't designed properly. When the frame lock gets in the way of like where I put my fingers when I'm holding a knife, I push like this when I'm opening it. So it's putting pressure onto the frame and causes extra what's it called? Pressure on the detent ball. And it makes it harder to open. Chris Reeve knives, they do quite well on that because they don't have a small detent ball. They use a larger ceramic ball. Yep. Just the extra pressure causes issues, which is unfortunate. I don't know if I have anything that I can show you guys with on the table. Oh. Yep. ZT0450. So frame lock. And when you open it normally with your fingers off the lock bar, it opens just fine. But when you put any pressure right here, like this, I can't open it. I physically can't open it, and actually started leaving marks on my finger from pushing so hard. So I find that frame locks are more friendly for the opposite hand that they were designed for. Because none of your fingers get in the way, and none of your fingers push on the lock bar. They all sit out of the way. It's really nice, especially when you get used to it and you can just do it nice and smooth. And the reason they have that problem is because of the they don't have the large detent ball. I think the detent ball is like the size of the thumb studs on a Sebenza. They're pretty big. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Correctly executing a frame lock isn't the easiest. A lot of companies screw up. I forgot to wipe off the parrot. So if you guys have Facebook, one of the groups that I frequent on Facebook is the NAF's Moon Crew. I respond to a lot of posts on there, and I post my own pictures there as well. I like light detents. The lightest detent that I've ever had was it takes some getting used to. A Para 3 has a really light detent. So much so that I thought my first one, had an issue, when in reality that's just how they all are. A little bit of paper left on there. So we'll go ahead and wipe this off real quick. Beautiful. Nice and clean. A few scratches up towards the tip. Not terrible though. It takes getting used to. A lot of getting used to. I need to get rid of that ZT. I had somebody who said that they were they had an 0450 that they didn't want, or no, that they wanted, but they didn't want to carry it because they were scared of getting it scratched up and stuff. And I'm like, boy, have I got the deal for you. And then they left. Like, dude sounded like he was interested and then just went to, no, I think I'm good, and disappeared. I like medium. You know, I don't like really strong detents like this. This actually has a very strong detent that you have to push past. And you wouldn't notice it if I didn't tell you, but it takes a decent amount of force to open this thing. And this one, it just does it. This one you can reverse flick. The detent, you can't reverse flick it. I can't get enough pressure on with my middle finger without, one, hurting myself. It actually hurt when I did that. And two, I just can't. I don't have enough I can't put enough pressure outward with my middle finger to do it on this knife. So my favorite detent is softer than the Parrot. Now let's find some detents to compare to, because I have well over 100 knives, and we can compare detents, which is nice. No, but this one's a little soft. The rat one. It's a softer detent than this, but it has a heavier blade, which is why sometimes you have trouble flicking it. And I don't think that that's a one-time thing either, because the other rat one does the same thing. Actually, the rat one in D2 has an even softer. Yep. The spring in the lock bar, it's not as strong on the one in D2 as it is on the one in OS 8. Speaking of detents, we can start looking into other things as well. We have a ton of Civivis we can look into. I do not have any open L knives. I was looking into them, but you know, I couldn't justify buying a $14 or $16 knife. Back when they were that much, they went up in price after that. I think the one I want is like 27 bucks now, and it's just too simple for me to spend 27 bucks on it. If I ever get the chance at a pawn shop, I might buy one. Yeah, the detent on this is great. Yeah, I just find that they're priced pretty high for what you get. Are what perfectly serviceable knives? You mean open L? I don't think you can take them apart because they're pinned. Oh, the rats? Well, what's the design flaw? Other than having too many goddamn screws, I don't see a problem with it. It's a great knife. Both the rat ones that I have, including the pocket clip screws, have 20 screws. There's 31 parts on the rat one right here, and 20 of them are just screws. There are so many screws on this thing, it's ridiculous. Anyway, what were we going to talk about next? Because I don't think I had anything planned. You know what knife has a great detent? The Persistence. I don't remember what a Ricasso is. Is that this? Right here? Probably. Well, I don't remember. I mean, this has it too. It's just not sticking out. This has it. This has it. I don't think that's a design flaw. This has it. Now, I love finger choils. I think they're great. Because I like choke ups. I like being choked up right up next to the blade. So I will pick a finger choil, specifically a finger choil after the plunge cut, or the plunge right here. If there was a finger choil right here, I'd be really happy with it. Now, I don't like it on here specifically because it doesn't help with sharpening at all. But when it doubles as a finger choil and a sharpening choil, I'm happy. What do you mean choke up for what? It's the same thing as choking up on a fixed blade. I want more control of the tip. When I'm not pushing hard, I'm doing, you know, squiggly shit. Or something like this. Very controllable. Choke up points are, there are plenty of different choke up points. Funny. Very, very funny. The way I typically do this with cardboard, specifically for knives that have a sharpening choil, where when you're cutting cardboard, what happens is it'll go into the sharpening choil and then it won't cut anymore. So I stick my finger right there in the way. So that way I'm cutting the whole time and my finger gets in the way of the sharpening choil. I did the same thing on the Rat 1. On the Ricasso, I stick my finger right there, and it prevents cardboard and stuff from going down into a spot that's not sharp. Well, I already kind of just explained it, so. That was pretty funny, though. I think I'm going to take this thing apart. A Ricasso does, or a sharpening choil, or a finger choil? Because you said that's the other thing, and that just creates, yeah. I don't know what that is, because conversation does move pretty quickly to me. I finally got the HK sharp. So this isn't a tenacious, but I put a sharpening choil on mine. Really, really small. It was a diamond burr. It did perfect. I couldn't have asked for it to go any better. Yep, that's what putting your finger up there in the way prevents. So this one's a persistence. It's the smaller tenacious, basically. Oh, the worst part about this one. It's peened in here. There's pretty much no way of taking this thing apart without breaking the scales. I'd consider titanium scales for this, yes. The reason I would is because I would just replace the lanyard hole with a plug. Which seems to be a modification that people actually do. Met Boss sells plugs for these, or for the Para 3 and the Para 2. Little decorative plugs for them. And also, considering the Para 3 and the Para 2, they don't have this pressed in the same way as this is. You can actually take them apart. This one, everything gets in the way. And when I took it apart, it took me 30 minutes to put it back together. And I haven't been able to take it apart since. So I'd love to. I'd love to do some testing on stuff like this, but I have to use a diamond burr or something and completely rip that out to make it work. I'll reach out to Met Boss because they're pretty close and ask if they have any scales for this. They probably don't, but it's worth asking. See if they'd make a custom set for me or something. I don't know. But yeah, I really like titanium. Makes you feel like you have something expensive. Look at me with my high and mighty $400 knife. I don't need to tell you, but half the cost of the knife was the scales, believe it or not. You dropped $200 on a set of scales? Yep. And you can't stop me. A little bit of oil. Not a whole lot. How about you? Is that profile pic Clippy or whatever they called him back in the day? Microsoft's little paperclip dude. I haven't seen that character in 10 years. A full decade. I didn't. Partially because I didn't subscribe and I didn't know that he had a stream going on, but also because I went to dinner and I made banana bread today, and banana bread with 3 bananas, by the way. That shit was fire. Just completely replace the egg with a whole nother banana. It is so much better. And if you didn't know that you can do that, then you can do that. Yeah. Dude, banana bread specifically without nuts. Because when I'm having banana bread, I don't need something crunchy showing up in my bread. It's a piece of bread. It's not toast. It's bread. I think most people can probably agree on that. If you want nuts, put them on top or press them in. Don't bake it with them. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Bread shouldn't be crunchy unless it's toast. But that's why I said it's not toast, it's bread. Of course I'm artistic. I'm special. My mom said I am. Yeah, I didn't add nuts because I don't like crunch in bread. And honestly, let's think about it. Banana bread is more like cake kind of bread, not regular bread. And when I think of cake, I don't think of crunchy. I think of stuff like angel food cake, which I love, by the way. Ew. The fuck was that? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm just waiting for somebody to show up in the comments and say, well, I'm allergic to nuts. I'm going to be like, cool, then don't put nuts in your banana bread. I mean, I don't even know how you're supposed to respond to that, you know? I know one of these days I'm going to be talking about banana bread and somebody's going to say, I can't have nuts. And the worst part is, nowhere in the conversation would nuts have been in the conversation at all. So I don't think the Maximate Para 3 needs clean today. It's looking pretty good. The patina's coming along slowly. There was a little bit of surface rust that hasn't gone away. I tried cleaning it off without polishing, but I think polishing is going to have to happen. And to polish it, I mean, we might as well do it now. I'm not allergic to almost anything. There's something in the spring every once in a while that makes me sneeze, but that's it. I don't have any like really strong allergies that are going to kill me or anything. I know. Some of you are saying, damn it, he can't die from allergies. You'll get over it. I don't know what it is. I have no clue what the allergy is. It showed up like 2 years ago, and now I just sneeze every once in a while. That sucks. The penicillin allergy. Yeah, the only thing I'm allergic to that I can guarantee will kill me is bullets. Other than that, I think I'm good. I think most people are allergic to those though. I'll tell you what, once there's a cure for cancer, that's going to blow penicillin out of the water. But then there's the other question of, is there already a cure to cancer and only the rich people get it? Because let's think about it. I don't think cancer mutates as fast as people think it does. It's kind of just the same shit doing the same thing over and over. So you'd think by now we'd figure out what the hell is going on. You guys get this, right? Like, we had cures for COVID in like a year, and cancer's been going on for decades and we couldn't figure that shit out. No. There's something going on there. Bam, everybody leaves because they think, oh shit, we're going to be put on a watch list now. Knife. Let's find a knife. Hey, look. A knife. Shit, can't believe I found one of those so soon. No way. Another knife? Are there any more knives? Can you see a knife on the table? You're on the cool dudes list. Can you see a knife on the table that isn't open? You can? Where is it? No. No. Yeah, there's another knife on the table. There we go. If you're not on the list, you're not very fun. I have to be on some sort of watch list. It's KO the Explorer. Yep, pretty much. Alright guys, so I'm going to shut the camera off real quick. And then I'm going to set up a new scene for you guys to search for knives. Oh, that's a good spot. Not bad. Let's swap to this knife. Right there, not a bad spot. And this one, oh, this is going to be a really good spot. Okay. Can you guys see a knife on the table? Napalm's a little different from that. Where is there a Spyderco on the table? Can you point out the Spyderco on the table? Hi, Brando. This is KO the Explorer. Can you help me find a Spyderco on the table? I don't think they used gasoline for it. I think they used something else. You see the tip of a Spyderco? Where's that at? It's basically just the adult version of Dora the Explorer. No. Where's the Spyderco on the table?
Am I supposed to?
No. They're supposed to find it. Or at least tell me where it is because nobody said it. Can you find the QSP parrot? Where's the parrot?
No, but I'll bet you I can find the
Well, you can only see what they see. So you gotta look through this screen.
No, I'm talking about the parrot or whatever it's called.
I bet you it's not in this room.
Is it in your hand?
It's not.
Is it on a chair?
I don't know.
No, it's right here. Can you guys find the parrot
up.
too? What?
Okay, now put it somewhere on the table. Oh, that's gonna be real hard to find.
Yeah. Okay, put it on again. Can you guys find the parrot too?
Where's the PM2? That's right. Right there.
Good job. Oh my gosh.
What steel is this in?
Does it say on it?
No.
I can't read that.
No, it definitely doesn't say it on there.
Oh, is that what the steel's called?
Yes.
Jeez. I thought memorizing the car stuff was hard. Then you gotta go 45 VN, blah 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 blah.
CPMS 45 VN, yeah. It's big whoop. It's not that complicated. Flicker, no flicking.
Are you guys talking about Dora?
Yeah.
Can you find? Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Can you find the para 3? That's right. That is a para 3. Bug out bag, bug out bag, bug out bag, bug out bag. Yeah. I've got a bug out bag loaded up with shit that I need to leave with. It's got a gun and a bunch of 45 rounds and a couple knives and shit like that. Bug out bag, yeah.
Okay.
That's not going to catch on. I was going to do the map one, but I don't need a map. I've got a phone. It's a lighter. You think I'd have that on a live stream?
What?
A bubblegum dong?
Oh. Okay. Bubble gum. What the freak?
What the freak? Oh, what part do we need to bring up on his next stream? Sorry, kind of blind. We noticed. Yeah, this is YouTube, not OnlyFans. Aw. Aw.
I knew I shouldn't have came up here.
That was a choice.
Yes, you're doing it.
You did the backpack thing, and all that came to mind was butt crack.
Okay. That's great. Thanks for the free knife, by the way.
You're not keeping that.
Please. I'll pay you 50 cents.
I paid more than that.
Well, I'm not going to pay more than 50 cents.
I'm 110 into it.
How about 110 pennies?
No.
That was 60 cents more than my original offer.
That was 60 cents more than my original offer.
That was 60 cents more than my original offer.
Yeah, we'll definitely we'll bring it up on his next stream. Something about his stickers or something, and say, "Can you see the KO knife sticker on his table?" You can't. No way. You want to know why? Because I haven't come out with stickers yet.
I was about to say, you came out with stickers?
No, I didn't.
Are you going to come out with stickers?
Probably.
My package didn't come today. For everybody wondering, even though nobody was probably wondering. But
No, I think you're right. I don't think anybody was wondering.
yeah, but I was talking about it last stream yesterday. So
Yep, you tell people that it's a package, but you won't tell them what it is.
yeah, because I'm not going to.
Bring that back.
I'm just messing. I'm in the kitchen. It doesn't matter.
I'm in the kitchen. It doesn't matter, but I want to play with it.
No.
But it's my knife.
But I'm holding it.
Big what? I'm holding
I got a longer blade than you do.
2.
Sure. I'm closer to the kitchen knives.
Bigger blade.
Which is an even longer blade. Compare. Mine's longer. Wait.
Oh, no. We got to show everybody this.
Come here.
She's like, my blade's longer than yours.
No,
Give me.
I want to do it.
Give me. Yeah.
Whatever.
The pair of 2 is shorter.
Give me. You know what I think would get you views?
What?
Showing the old DSs. Because apparently those are like...
You mean the one that still works?
No, the red one still works too.
Well, she always says that.
Says what? Can you find the pair too?
It's not even a ½ inch at all. It's like...
Back. That's like 2.5. Maybe, I don't know. Where's the thing that says how much it...
It's an 1/8 of an inch longer. Or this one's an 1/8 of an inch longer.
Does it still have alcohol and Dawn dish soap in it?
Yep.
You should probably write that on the bottle.
Why are you drinking out of the bottles over here?
I'm not. I have yet to drink out of any bottle in here.
Good. Give me a Sharpie and I'll write a skull on it somewhere.
Okay,
Kind of like the Pepsi bottle that has acid in it.
I was about to say, Yeah, don't drink out of anything in the garage either. Take
Obviously.
this.
There. Good enough. Don't drink this. Anyway, we got 9 people in here. And honestly, this stream did a lot better than I expected. I think we peaked at like 46 people in here. See, I'm not tri-state. And I barely know who that dude is other than Piss Knife. Oh, that click. There's something about a Spyderco liner lock that clicks better than everything else. If there's anybody in the comments who wants to ask questions, please feel free to do so. Any knife-related questions, I'd be happy to answer. And we will start a Q&A thing. There we go. Quantity and quantity, indeed. Yeah, I've never watched anything that he made. I don't think I've seen any of his videos. I just know that he came up with a knife called the Tri-Stash, and I don't really want one because I just don't. I don't even remember how much they cost. You're right, at one point, they were the budget kings of the trash side of things. But at one point, they also collaborated with Mora and made decent shit. I don't think I've ever seen one of those. Give me a sec. I'm gonna look it up. And when it was when they did stuff with Mora, it was called Frosts. You mean the Fin Hawk? I'm doing all right. How about yourself? And I don't think it was a different company. And the reason I say that is it has the same, they use the same font on their company names. Yep, their modern folders still suck. But they've always sucked. So, at least according to what I've seen. Yeah, that's the Finhawk. Finnhawk. And I was looking into those a while back because I was kind of interested. I don't think it's terrible, but I'm pretty sure it was in 4116 and I wouldn't buy it. If it was in a different steel, if it's not in 4116, tell me. I didn't know that M-Tech made fixed blades. Yeah, Finwolf. Well, most of what I see from them is trash, so yeah, if their folders are all trash, then that's all I've seen. Gimme, gimme, gimme. yeah, this is how this works. And it was not being as smooth as it should have been, which is why this thing's taken apart. What's the difference between osate and osate A? The A means it's, damn it, I just had. I think the blade lock's weird. It's cool, but it's weird. These ones are an OS 6, and they're kind of just trash because of the steel. Oh yeah, I have one. I bought it because it was weird. I like the weird stuff. So, okay, OS 8A. I don't remember what the A stands for. OS 10A. Annealed. It's an annealed version of OS 8. Another name for annealed, yep. Which I think annealed means it's softened. Yeah, but you gotta dry it off before putting it back together. I hate partially serrated knives so much. Again, I think annealed means, oh wait, have you taken the knife apart or is it still together? Because if it's still together, I wouldn't, okay, then I wouldn't clean it like that. I'd soak the whole thing in isopropyl alcohol and then rinse it off. A brand new file? No way. Yeah, edge retention sucks, which is why I don't carry it. Isopropyl alcohol is really cheap too, so. Okay, so we were gonna do Q-tip with grease on it. Again. Just a little bit, because I'm curious. I'm pretty sure annealing means softening. Okay. I can carry a sword if I wanted to. It's legal here. Okay. That doesn't feel terrible. Why would you go with that? I'm not saying it's a bad knife. I'm just asking. Okay. Yep. It's a sword. Who's gonna fuck with you when you're holding a sword? The police might, but nobody else will. Especially when you're not breaking any laws. I think you were looking at the Finn Wolf. No, Finn Wolf. Not Finn Wolf, fuck. Finn Wolf. Oh, that is smooth. Well, what steel do you like? .14C. Civivi's got options. S35. I've got options in S35. Well, one option. Okay, Brando, what's your budget? Yeah, people like that don't really show up. 60 to 75. S35 VN isn't much of an option at that price. 14C is an option though. Just real quick, I want to look at the options I have up for sale at the moment. Crab with a knife, what's the ... about? Okay, so you want the triad lock. I mean, technically speaking, there is a triad lock for like 27 bucks if you're interested. It's got a massive 2-inch blade. I've got one of those. Unfortunately, it's a Tonto, but I'll happily sell it to you. Cold Steel Double Safe Hunter. Yep, that sounds weird to me. There we go. Okay. The 4 Max is only 80. It's an AUS 10A though. The 4 Max Scout. Just a sec. 4-inch blade. It's like a 5.5 inch handle. Six-inch handle. Okay. Yeah, for $80, it's not terrible. But again, you're stuck with it being OS 10A, not. So it's better than OS 8, but it's still one of the annealed versions, so that sucks. So you'd rather OS 8 than OS 10? I mean, I can see. That's 4116. That's garbage. Cold Steel Mini Recon, what's that in? Come on, OS 8. OS 10. Wait, OS 10A or OS 10? OS 10A, you lying bastards. What's the tough light in? OS 8A. I don't think he's gonna like this one. 2.5-inch blade with 2 inches of usable blade length. OS 8 and 8CR are the same thing. One's Japanese, one's Chinese. It's an annealed version of 8CR. And annealed means this one. It's a Demco Shark Cub. DEMKO Shark Cub. What does annealed mean? To heat something and allow it to cool slowly in order to remove internal stresses and make it easier to work with. Shit edge retention, super easy to sharpen and more tough than. Yeah, pretty much. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That was perfect timing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this thing has terrible edge retention.
Are we having like an inflation with crickets?
I don't know. I don't think you meant inflation. I think you meant something else.
Overpopulation.
That makes more sense. Sheesh, with a lot of ease. That took up a lot of chat right there. So I think I've come to terms with something. I will never talk about how many people are watching my stream.
Why?
Because every time that I bring it up, I lose a quarter of them. Like I just brought it up and I had 18. Now I have 12. Now that I bring it up again, oh, it went up that time. But
yeah. almost finished this guy.
And finish it. Glug, 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 glug. Holy shit, it's all gone. Yeah, it said 16 for me, but a minute ago it said 12. What do you think of this? It's like 2 inches of usable blade length. Doing just fine.
Dude, it's gone.
I've heard that they make decent stuff. It's basically a cold steel box opener, yeah. It's a good grip, though. I'm curious. I don't have that kind of money. I'm glad somebody does. Was that him or was that... Do you guys remember the alien knife that he was talking about? That he said, like, had horrible QC? Was that the same dude? No, Liang Ma. I swear alien was in the name. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know everything about knives, but I know enough to know when something's wrong. Like how my Para 3 is developing a little bit of lock stick. And all that needs is a little bit of cleaning in one spot. CJRB Crag. I'll look into it really quick. I'm not going to be doing this longer. Oh, If you want one of those, I can get you one. Pretty decent. Yeah, I can get you for one for a little bit cheaper than how much they are brand new. I'll have to ask. One of my buddies has one that he bought to sell. I'm trying to think of a price I could get it to you for, but like my thought after shipping, it would probably be like $30 is my guess. No, it's not the alien from Reich. Reich is different. Yeah, I didn't like the pyrite. I got a lot of shit for saying I didn't like the pyrite too. There were a ton of people that were mad in my comment section. It's probably the worst reaction I've received in any of my videos was that one. But it got me a lot of views, and a few of the people, yeah, it's not very great, honestly. But let's see what it's similar to. It was way overhyped. I didn't enjoy it much at all. I almost dropped it like 4 times and I returned it because of that. No, there was somebody that was weird. AR RPM 9. Okay. It's proprietary alloy by Artisan Cutlery introduced in mid 2020. Promoted as a PM steel, it's not a powder metal steel. It's a spray form steel. If I had to guess, I'd say it's an honest Changjiang is a reasonable guess since Artisan Cutlery used 8CR13 made by them, but who knows from the published materials. It's supposed to improve traditional budget stainless steels from the 440A or 440B groups. So it's supposed to be an upgrade over 8CR13. It wasn't even that. It's just he let emotions get involved in business. And that's not how you do things. Well, I picked one up because it was the most popular knife at the time and I wanted to do a review on it. Steel is a factor when I buy a knife too. But yeah, Brando, if you want to think about it, I can probably get you one of the Krags for like $30 after shipping. I'll need to get pictures of it, or yeah, if you're actually interested in it, $10 off is a pretty good deal. I don't complain enough, I'll be honest, with specific things. It's upgraded 8CR. I'll compare the two, I'll bring them both up. Do I have 8CR in my little book? Because if I do, then I won't have to go back and forth from page to page. to 14C 8CR. So AR RPM 9 has more carbon, less vanadium, more chromium, so it's more stainless, significantly more molybdenum, so it's supposed to be tougher, more cobalt, less manganese, roughly the same amount of nickel, and less silicon. However, it doesn't have the impurities like phosphorus and sulfur. Oh, I love some good knife drama too, and I'll create some here in I'm thinking if once I hit 2,000 or 3,000 subscribers, I'll start some drama. The downside is I really don't want to start it with the wrong people. So I think the person I'm going to start it with, of course, sharpens best. We're going to buy one of those things because I don't know where I put mine. We're going to use it. We're going to review it. We're going to talk shit about it because I think it's a terrible product and the dude didn't listen to my criticism about it that would have fixed a huge problem that it has. So yeah. We'll have some drama. I promise we will. Thank you for that, Ron. Oh, I would agree. But I'm openly calling him out because of how he responded to me back when my channel was a lot smaller. The biggest downside is he gets millions of views and I get like the Sharpens Best dude. You don't know who that is? Brad Buckner. So Jared is really good at sharpening. He's really good at what he does. I tell a lot of people, I'll recommend Outdoors 55 before I recommend him because of the there's a confidence to Jared that I don't like. It's a confidence that pushes towards arrogance in my opinion. And I'm not saying he hasn't earned it. I'm just saying that it's not what I want to see when I'm watching a video, so I go to somebody else. No, I'll show you who Brad Buckner is. Willie, welcome. How's it going? Oh, dude, if I show one of his videos, I'm gonna get a copyright strike. You look him up. Just look up Sharpens Best on YouTube. The dude's his whole brand is based on tricking people. I talked to Kevin a little bit, and Kevin from Lefty, and he's the reason why the channel name changed. No, not at flea markets, at gun shows. There's a difference. But he acts like he has the best shit in the world and he's sitting there destroying people's knives. I'm probably not going to use the Chiefer cut all that often, honestly. I think I'm going to stick with my regular diamond stones for the most part, but for the higher end shit, I'll be using that other thing. But the diamond stones have treated me great. So I'm not mad at sticking with those at all. But I noticed a chunk missing out of the chiefer cut this morning that wasn't missing last night, I don't think. And it's not super noticeable, but I'm really picky, so when something like that shows up, I notice it. Let's stick a little bit of grease in here. I want to see what this does. Can we make my screwdriver smoother than it already is? KC. Who's KC? And just out of curiosity, what's up with the parentheses? Oh, that is so much smoother. Dude, why didn't I do that earlier? I tried oil and it didn't do shit. Knives Fast. I haven't talked to him. Or I've talked to him on stream, but uh, like his channel says, he is pretty fast. He talks fast and doesn't stay on topic for very long in the few times that I've watched him. I mean, I'm glad things are going well for him though. I'm not gonna diss him on that or anything. So let's pull this up. We'll continue with, oh, I was gonna take this apart. We'll see you later on. You have a good one. Yeah, we kind of talk shit about Metal Complex a lot. I'm not saying it because he's a bad dude. I'm saying it because I am. Because he never talked to me on his live streams. That's not why. Oh, the thing I was going to clean. I literally just need to wipe that off, and that's it. I'll admit, I never really liked Weldon Carey. And I don't know why. I got a vibe from him that I didn't like, and I just kind of stayed away from him. I think I figured out what the vibe I was getting was, because I was just thinking about it. He did. I found it kind of irritating, personally, because I don't like it when people do it to me. But he joined a lot of live streams, and he'd self-advertise without asking quite often, and I found it really annoying. And that's I think the only real big thing that annoyed me about him. Everything else, I never watched his content, but you know, self-promotion, you kind of got to ask first. Yeah, I know Flitz makes good stuff. I just can't afford to buy any right now. But I think that's my reasoning behind not liking his vibe was the self-promotion without permission. I don't like it when people do that on my channel either. Because here's the thing, right? I need to vet who you are before I let you self-advertise on my streams. If I don't know who you are and I don't know anything about you, I'm not going to let you do that kind of stuff on my stream. It's not that bad. He grew really fast, though. I like Peterbilt Knife Guy. He's kind of funny. He does some weird shit with his knives, though. Well, this is just a hobby for me too, but you know, I don't know. I don't know where you're going with that. Oh no. I dropped the other phone. Oh, come on, let me reach that. Oh, you need to post more. I haven't posted in a long time.
Yes, force him to post more, please.
I've seen Max Level. I haven't talked to him though. What happened yesterday after he left? When did you leave? I streamed for 6 hours yesterday, so asking me what happened after you leave or left, that's I know you meant upload, but oh, I told him that if he didn't stop acting the way he was acting, he'd be put in timeout again. He said, if you put me in timeout again, I'm leaving and I'm never coming back. And so far, he hasn't come back. You're live. Thank you. I definitely didn't know that. Yeah, PBK does some really weird stuff with his knives. The splitting things in, or splitting nails in half with his knives, that's interesting. Juice is the IC Horses guy, yeah. The guy that claimed he was on shrooms. Then when I asked if he was on shrooms, he said, "No, I'm not." That guy. So somebody was saying you can see why Spydercos are so expensive. Who was that? Dirk. Okay. Yeah, he also claimed he was a gangster. I don't know if that was trying to scare people or something, but a 13-year-old gangster doesn't really do it for me. I'm sitting there like, okay, you have fun with that, I guess. It's not actually paying for the name. Spyderco is one of the few companies where I can say I wouldn't mind spending the money that I do on them. And the reason behind it is mostly because of the steel that they use, right? But the heat treat on top of the steel, they just hit it on point almost every single time. So the products are quality products. It's not any of that cheap crap that you'll find from other companies. Yep, I saw that coming. Black. Not cool. Leaving black marks all over my washers. But yeah, he got really mad. That other dude got really mad too. At least I think he got mad. He wanted my para too. and he was willing to trade a Benchmade 300, and I don't know what that is. Yeah, see, it's all about the steel and the heat treat for Spyderco. I'm not scared of much of anything, to be honest. I've come to terms with the fact that I will die one of these days. And how it happens, it just happens. It is not something that I'm worried about on my day to day. And honestly, I think that that's a better way of living. Having a lot less fear in your life is really nice. Brando, you did a lot of antagonizing in there. I kept telling everybody to stop and nobody listened to me. So that's the point where maybe I do need mods. Somebody else who's going to do all the heavy lifting of shit that when I say stop and people don't, bam, you're muted for a bit. I just don't get why he kept bringing it up. Like, I don't even remember what the conversation was about. All I remember is that he was mad. You stoked? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that you stoked. Oh, give me that cap. We'll see you later, Punisher. You have a good one. Oh, cool. I hit my light goal. I don't know anything about metal polish, to be honest. No, yeah, that's about what I want. You can say just about anything, but keep racial stuff out. And when I tell you to stop, then stop. You're here to replace Punisher. Nobody can replace Punisher. He's special. I'm sure his mom told him so. And if you were being Punisher, you'd be a lot quieter. I genuinely don't even remember what he was mad about. You're not going to become a mod, no. I don't think that's why I muted him. I muted him because he wouldn't stop getting irritated. Like, I know for a fact I told him that he's got to chill out, but he never actually stopped, so he got muted. Oh, no, he was being mean to, or disrespectful to Sixth Sense Amelia. That's what it was. I told him he needed to stop or else he was going to be put in timeout. He didn't stop and he got put in timeout. Then he said that everybody in chat was dumb, and I was like, well, don't be mean now. And he said, I have the freedom of speech. This is America. And I said, this is my live stream and I have a responsibility to keep other people in my live stream safe. And then it kind of just devolved from a regular conversation to me talking to somebody who wouldn't listen. And that is the biggest downside of having people under the age of 18 in my live streams, is they don't listen to what I have to say. Like, it's my channel. What I say is kind of important. Maybe not the most important thing, but it's kind of important. I saw some of them. I'll admit the dude probably should have been banned, but that is the downside of me giving people chances. What knife did you buy? Yeah, brand new, big deal. I'll admit I was scared to sharpen my first Spyderco. If it's a tenable, it's not that expensive, is it? What, like between 40 and 80? And that's true. Don't sharpen it until it's actually dull. I sharpen everything because I'm decent at it, but if I was nervous about it, I wouldn't be sharpening it. Like this, I wasn't nervous about it. And honestly, I'm not nervous about sharpening that either. And that's going to be a pain. But I sharpen my stuff on YouTube live streams all the time. So I'm not your average bought a new knife guy. And funny enough, most of the new knives that I buy, or that are close enough to new that you could call them new, I sharpen them anyway. Yeah, that was not as smooth as I had hoped it was. So we're just going to put everything in dry without any lubricant. And you said it's in what steel? Oh, you didn't tell me. Real class DKO. Nice job remembering. God, and you wonder why Mom called you special. I'm not getting a response. Oh, because chat was broke. There we go. Fucking YouTube. Nitro V. I wish you luck. I haven't had the best experience with Nitro V, but by the sounds of it, it's probably just my knife. Did he just say he got a knife from his grandpa, but whoever sharpened it didn't sharpen it well? Have you practiced? I didn't know Utica still made stuff. I thought they were done by now. Do you practice with other stuff often? Because I practice sharpening quite often. Yeah, but what's considered old? If you practice sharpening often and you feel confident in it, go ahead. But remember, if it's sharp, it's sharp. There's no point in sharpening it. What is that? That's fiberglass. What's that fiberglass from? Is it fiberglass? We'll see you later, Donk Slayer. Have a good one. Yeah. You're saying it's got a crappy edge and it's probably your grandpa that sharpened it. Chat was broken for a bit. Yeah. If I don't respond for a while. So what you do to fix that? Actually, you're. Oh yeah. Okay. So you scroll down to the next live stream and then you come back, and that typically fixes it. Canadian Ninja, what's up? The Matriarch 2. I don't know what that is. I'm not like, if it's a Spyderco, I'm not the biggest Spyderco fan. I don't know all their products. I can take a look at it though. Bricks? You mean like the rock rectangular prisms that are used to build houses and stuff? Well, I'd much rather have a brick house than I'd rather have than a stick frame house. Henry, what's up? Welcome back. Whoa. That's smooth. Yeah, I know that there's a new Ozark Trail, the blue one with aluminum scales and 14C. They don't have any in my state. They either haven't been shipped to my state yet, or they're in none of the stores that are in my state. Arizona, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, they didn't roll out enough of those the 14C Ozark Trail knives. Another Ozark Trail in D2. Continue. I may be interested. You have me intrigued. Colors, specs, come on. Give me a reason to buy it. Nimbus. It actually has a name. Or is that just what people call it? Yeah, the Gen 2 was questionable. I still haven't done a video on the Gen 2 yet. Really? It was a hardening issue, yeah. The heat treat on them is dog shit. Now let's see if something shows up. Nope. Nothing so far. Ozark Trail knife. Black dots on the blade. Sorry guys, I'm sitting here looking for something if that wasn't obvious. I see the $24 one that you're talking about. That's out of stock. But I don't see the other one that you were talking about earlier. Unless it's this. Um, Probably just metal polish. Just like some flits or something on a Q-tip. Yeah, I saw the button lock one. Is this that blue or the other one you were talking about? Because I don't think that's in D2. No? Then I haven't found it yet. No, I know which one you were talking about, Arizona. The one you were talking about, Arizona, was sold out. So is the blue one. 12C27, which for some reason is more expensive than 14C28N. That's really stupid, by the way. Yeah, I know you were talking about this one, but yeah, it's out of stock everywhere. So I wouldn't mind testing it, but when you get into the $25 range, you've got a lot more knives to be competing with. And I'll be honest, this, depending on the heat treat, no, there is a difference between the three. 14C is the newest. Well, the green one isn't showing up on my or as for sale anywhere near me. I'll go to my local Walmart tomorrow. Um, the downside is I don't have the money to buy both. I can pick one. You know what? I think I just realized something. The Ozark Trail in orange, the D2 one, this one right here that came out, this, when it came out, was the most wild high edge retention D2 we'd seen on the market pretty much ever. And what I think they did was that first batch, they did it like that on purpose. And then once it was done, the second batch, they did it on purpose, making it with a lower heat treat. And the reason I'm guessing that is a lower heat treat costs less. I think that it was a loss leader. What they did was they lost money on every single one of the first batch. And then the second batch is where they made their profit. Because here, over a year later, they're still selling $100 or 100 knives daily. 100 of that knife daily. So that's what? Well, I mean, that's not a whole lot, but $997 a day. For a company like Walmart, that isn't shit, but you guys get the point. They're still selling them. I've been to Washington once. Yeah, 13C26 is extremely, extremely simple. 12C27 is a higher chromium, lower carbon version of 13C. That's at least a pallet of knives daily. Well, maybe not. 100 knives a day, or 100 plus knives a day, but we'll just stick with 100. That's probably, let's see, each box holds like maybe 30. That's almost a full box, or almost 3 full boxes. Sure, but it may not be popular in your area. You got your crush's number today. Good for you. And 14C is a higher chromium version of 13C26. Well, lucky you, because neither of them are available in my area. If you want one, go ahead and get it. I doubt it's going to be terrible. Did I sell anything on Blade Bench today? Nope. Yeah, we can buy knives here. I can't help you with that. I don't like the axis lock, personally. I mean, do you like S30V? You might see where I'm going with this. You want something flippy? Triad lock and flippy do not go together. I think we got about 16 minutes until I'm going to end the stream, and then I'm going to go watch YouTube. That's the baby banter is the only thing in Nitro V that I have, and it's not great. Speaking of which, I haven't sharpened it in a bit, and it hasn't been used for anything. And it caught. Or, hear me out, you could buy a knife from me. Well, I had to say that. Dude, I'm trying to make money. Let's be real here. Oh no, I was talking about Brando. I mean, if you want one too, yeah, you'll probably need your parents' permission, but that's just sad. It's just not as sharp as it used to be. A knife for a teenager? A buck 110 slim? It's not flippy, but it's reliable. It's a reliable knife with a decent steel and a back lock, so it's probably not going to fail on you. I think that's a great first knife. I wouldn't recommend that as a knife for farm work. Again, it's the same thing that I was just saying. I think that the best knife for a teenager, a first knife, is a buck 110 slim. This is really soft. Now that I know a little bit more about how it feels to sharpen a harder steel, this stuff is soft. We'll see you later, AJ. Have a good one. Buck does have a good reputation. I think the Buck 110 Slim is made in northern Idaho. If I like Buck, I mean, Buck's alright. I'm just saying that that's probably the best knife choice for a teenager. Yeah, but see, worn clips are too pointy, and teenagers are gonna think, I'm gonna stab a tree, and then they're gonna break their knife. What are you saying? Teenagers aren't that dumb? Because you're wrong. You know how I know? I was a teenager once. Believe it or not, once upon a time I was a teenager. And I thought teenager things. Which included, ooh, shiny and sharp. I'm gonna go stab a tree. Or your cousin and your crush the same person. Yeah, it's not as fun now that everybody has ring cams. Back when I was a kid and you ding dong ditched somebody came out with a shotgun. So, well, there you go. Go look before you buy one. Go look on Blade H or Blade Binge. See if you can find one. Uh, every other steel over their Nitro V. I've had the worst experience with this Nitro V. No, I'm just saying look at Blade Binge. Blade Binge, it's not my company, by the way. But that's where people put their used knives up for sale. And you might get a really good deal. You might find a buck 110 for like $40 instead of 64. Yeah, I've had terrible luck with this Nitro V here. No, I don't own that company. If I did, I'd be promoting it significantly more than I do. I just have some stuff up there for sale that I'm trying to get rid of. And the main reason is because I just don't want it anymore. Yeah, if I here's something about YouTube that you may not know. But if it benefited me to tell you guys about something, then I would have to put paid promotion somewhere on the screen. Because I don't benefit from, like, I don't monetarily benefit directly from the company. I don't have to tell you that it's a paid promotion because they don't pay me to promote shit. I'd beg to differ on that one, but I haven't tested it. Much better. It's 420 HC. Yep. Buck 110s are 420 HC. I think glass breakers should be a separate tool. And my reasoning behind that is having a sharp, pointy object on your knife that's pointed towards you most of the time just doesn't sound like a great idea. And with the way I carry pocket knives, typically the glass breaker's up here, right? And the pocket clip's up here, right? So when you reach into your pocket and you scrape the shit out of the back of your hand with your glass breaker, you're not going to be a happy person. Yeah, they use 420 HC. They don't use 440C. 440C, I gave it a lot of shit until I realized how good of a steel it is. 420 HC needs help. Sure, but here's my... Give me a sec. Here's my biggest problem with the glass breaker in general, right? The Buck 110 is 420 HC. They may use 440C, but the Buck 110 specifically is 420 HC. Nope, the 110 is 420 HC. And I'll look it up real quick. Sure, it's well heat treated, but the problem is it's still 420 HC. People say once upon a time they used 440C, but I don't think so. I don't think they did on the Buck 110. Oh, this is gonna piss you guys off. But that's the other thing. I don't think they use the Boss heat treat on the 420 HC. Okay, so guys, I'm going to show you a knife, and I want you guys to tell me how much you'd pay for it, right? And tell me what steel you think it's in. I'm going to give you the price, actually. So, this is a Buck 110 auto with the lock back. So you press the button and it's an automatic. It is $200. Without looking it up, what steel do you think they used? Because honestly, if it was S35 VN, that's not a terrible price for what you're getting. Yeah, it's $200. I think S35 VN at this $200 price point for this would be a great deal. Like it's right up there where it should be. Well, Brando is right. It's still in the 420 regular steel. It's the same shit as the regular one. It's just 140 or $140 more. This is the same knife. Sure, I'll agree. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The problem? This is normal. That's almost quadruple the price, and all you did was make it an automatic. That is not worth it. Or you could spend, thank you, or you could spend an extra $50 and get it in S30V. That's a Buck 110 in S30V for $250. That is way too much money. And that's where I bring up the same thing with Benchmade. S30V should be under 100 to 150, maybe. Spyderco, I can give them the benefit of the doubt for one reason. Their heat treat is absolutely insane. A regular Buck 110 and S30V, I think that was a sprint run. If they did make it, it was a sprint run. Yeah, they never made that. The full-size Buck 110 and S30V, they never made that. At least according to what's on Blade HQ. However, they did make the Buck 110 Slim Pro, the TRX. That was in S30V, and it was $95, which is actually a really good price. American-made S30V for under $100. And way early on, they made the Slim Hunter, the Buck 110 Slim Hunter, in micarta, an S45VN. Can people tell me how much they think this thing cost? S45VN with, I believe, the Boss heat treat. Probably the Boss Heat Treat. 3.5 inches of S45 VN. $70, good guess. Anybody else want to guess? Throw your guesses in there. $100. Great guess. Great guess. This right here, when they sold out, was a whopping $90. American made S45 VN, $90. Ridiculous. And you know they're never making this shit again. I mean, I think it's a real steal. I've never had bad experiences with Blade HQ prices. And they're the only company that I buy from. Honestly. Now, if I was going, yeah, there's a bunch of SV series steels. I'll tell you about them here in a minute. If I was going to buy or pre-order a knife, I wouldn't be getting it from Blade HQ. And my reasoning behind that is I've heard problems of when the drop happens, the people who buy the drop when it drops instead of the pre-orders get their knife first. The pre-orders get them after the drop buyers. Yeah, I haven't messed around with Pro Cut yet. Anyway, we were talking about the SV series. So let's open up the book of bullshit. S30V, S35VN, S45VN, S60V. There's S90V, S110V, S125V, and 440V, but that's the same thing as S60. Now that's just rumors that I've heard. I want to be clear. That's rumors that I've heard about people not getting their pre-orders before other people do. Cold Steel Recon 1, we'll look into that. Swiss Tech Balkan, I've heard of it, I don't remember what it looks like. So give me a sec. $15V Sprint Run. If you want anything in 15V, buy it now. This might be, I'm not guaranteeing it, but this might be your last chance of getting anything in 15V. They're not making it anymore. And I'm not saying that the heat treat's great. Recon 1, that's what we were looking at. Recon 1 S35 AB123. I've been trying to get a hold of you. Thank God you finally showed up. So the reason you didn't get the Twitch 3 is because I forgot to mention that when you make an offer, I have to accept the offer and then you have to pay after that. Okay, I was just clearing that up. Was it S35 or was it S30? S35. Okay. I was just wanting to make sure that that you knew that I wasn't trying to rip you off. Midway USA has some really good prices. You found a Recon one for $100? Because the one I'm looking at here is 130 with the drop point. Okay, just out of curiosity, did you reach out to their team to try and get it fixed? And if you don't want it, feel free to just tell me that. I'm not going to be mad about that. The Balkan. Yeah, AB123. If you weren't interested in it, go ahead and tell me that. I'm not going to be mad about that, honestly. If you do want it, we can get something worked out. I did up the price to 80. I'm keeping it at 35 if you make that offer. But that's my way of holding it for you if you do want it. Okay, the Balkan doesn't look terrible. It's priced really high though. Oh, but it has a DLC coating. Okay. No, that's not bad. And if you can take it apart, you can, because it comes in Jade G10, you can make it purple. Ooh, purple. Yes. Love purple. Very, very skeletonized. It's in D2, you were right. Oh. Well, out of curiosity, I know it's not something that usually comes to mind. Is the card expired? Stupid question, but it's valid. People have made that mistake before. It is weird seeing an axis lock with a flipper tab. You don't see that very often. So AB123, my recommendation is go on to the Blade Binge website and you reach out to their little help me thing to try and get it taken care of. They've been making updates lately. I had the same thing happen to me on sharpening stuff that I tried to order and it just didn't go through. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're having the same issue. Reach out, tell them what happened, and hopefully they can help you work something out. I'll show you where to reach out real quick. Well, it should pop up with that little thing as an option. Okay, I'm just going to try and tell you where to... Okay, so when you're going on to Blade Binge, right down here, this little chat bubble, you click on that, and it asks how they can help. They'll be back online tomorrow. I think typical turnaround time on how long it takes for them to respond was like 30 minutes. And they'll send you an email with the response. And yeah, once you get that all hashed out, then just throw me back that offer again. And then I don't check my Blade Binge often, I'll be honest. I try and check it once a day. So actually I was planning on ending the stream like 15 minutes ago. Speaking of which, I need to reach out to somebody who said they were interested. Streaming tomorrow. Maybe. I'm trying to stream daily. I really am. It's not easy because of the timing. This Sendy is very close to the word egg. You're not wrong. But the Sendy has a toothpick and tweezers, I think, which is pretty cool. It's all timing. It really is. I could make everybody leave so fast. All I have to do is start writing again. And instantly I lose everybody. Yeah, but I think like 4 people would leave, and we only have 8 at the moment anyway. Honestly, I haven't worked with S35VN very many times. S30V is fun to sharpen for me. The difference being, well, let's see the difference. I've got it right here. It's a tougher version of S30V. So it has lower edge retention. So it'd probably be easier to sharpen than S30V, but it really depends on who heat treats it. S30V is 23 years old, 24 years old. S35 VN is 8 years younger. Nitro V I don't have written down, but we can talk about it a little bit. I don't enjoy it. But from everybody else that I've talked to, it kind of just sounds like I got a bad heat treat. Which it happens. It really does. Knives, I guess, would know. He's gotten bad D2 the last 2 or 3 times that he's ordered it. S35 VN, I don't know anything about the hardening details of that stuff. All I know is it's probably pretty easy to fuck up because it is a stainless. And being that it's a powder metal, it doesn't help much either. And doing it in mass quantities isn't easy. I'll agree to that. I think he just got really bad luck on that. None of the D2 that I've played with is bad. Well, yeah, but why would I want S35 VN if it's crap? You know? Speaking of which, I might sell this. Not everybody's going to be interested in this thing. Oh, that was horrible sound. Ugh. I don't think anybody's going to be interested in this thing, so it's probably going to sell for really low. No, that wasn't the part of no. What happened was the paper folded and it was cutting flat against the against the paper. That was the most disgusting sound I've heard all day. Well, let's talk about composition before we talk about performance. Let's talk about composition. Again, I would love to have more input. This doesn't have a ricasso or a finger choil. I'd love to have more input on the matter when it comes to Nitro V versus 14C. My problem being, I have one experience or one knife that I've experienced Nitro V with, and I'm not happy with it. And I've messed with 14C for months. Again, the heat treat that I got on my Nitro V is dog shit. It's super, super soft and it doesn't hold an edge worth shit. 14C is leagues better, but again, I'm comparing. I'd pick D2 over Nitro V any day. But let's look at what Laren Thomas has to say. Nitro V, are you on here? Crew Forge V, that is not the same. Stainless steels. Nitro V. Yeah, Nitro V and 14C supposedly have the same edge retention. You have a good one, Hunter. We'll see you later. So 14C has better toughness and better corrosion resistance, but the same edge retention, according to Larry Thomas. Or similar enough that they both have a 3 out of 10, which isn't great. Okay. Here's his chart. Nitro V, 14C. Nitro V, 14C. ABL goes way higher if you get it harder, but... And then D2 is way the hell up here. And 1095 is way the fuck down here. Sure, you're right. But they're close enough within spec for me to say that they're both 3s. And the reason I say that is because I'm zoomed in. The chart is huge. And the chart ends here. The chart ends up here, and they're all the way down here. I'd agree, that's a 3. It really is a great chart. It's what I base most of my general knowledge on. Practical experience is different, but for general knowledge, it's pretty solid. But of course, everything on here was heat treated well. This doesn't account for things that were heat treated like shit. So easy. He has an informative site, and don't forget to use test coupons, which, yeah, that's the other side of things, is it's literally just basically a credit card sized piece of steel that's thicker, that is heat treated perfectly and sharpened well. Or perfectly, basically. There's no real world application where this adds up. This is just for general testing, really. How long did that take? You can ask him. Send him an email. I'm sure he'll respond. Yep, it is a perfect condition set of data. I'll agree with that. No, we were talking about different steels. 14C, S35, and Nitro V. Paper test for which knife? This one's not very sharp. Well, it's called the Appalachian Drifter. It's an S35 VN. And it's pretty much my only experience with S35 VN. And I'm not super impressed. But then again, I haven't put my own edge on it. It was just kind of the factory edge and I kept it there. So we can fix that right now. Yep. It was your choice to get a side-by-side. Sure. Where did I put the Twitch 30? Give me a sec to find it. It was hidden under a lot of shit. It's somewhere. I would love to give you a test, but I don't know where it is. And this table's a disaster. Is that it? Nope. Yep, I have no clue where I put it. And it's not in the box where I normally put it. So, that's not good. You say it's okay, but I don't know where one of the knives that I'm trying to sell is. Give me a couple minutes to finish sharpening this, and then I'll go look for it. I don't expect it to take all that long. To find, I meant. Where in the fuck did I put that thing? Or maybe better, 600 grit. God damn. Every time I bump something on the table, everything else goes flying. A tester? I don't know what you mean by a tester. Like a sharpness tester? Because I don't have one of those. Yep, that's more like it. Brando, do you have any CDs? I was just thinking about music for a second there. Do you have any CDs? I personally don't have very many. I think I've got like 2. Well, that didn't answer my question. And what's Neverdull gonna do for this? No. I'm asking if he has any CDs. And he said, I hope you get some Neverdull soon. It doesn't answer my question. Damn, Henry, you gave it away. I was gonna pull that. I'll admit it. Nah, he's sitting there in a completely different conversation at this point. This is a DMT. It's not doing great tonight. I'd probably start with an Atoma. Perfect angle? No clue. I don't even know what angle I use. It just works. A lot of people say right about 18 degrees is a pretty good angle. But I don't have anything telling me what angle I'm sharpening at, so I don't know. I have no clue what angle I'm doing. Yep, you said D's nuts to the wrong guy, man. I sent the FBI over there. Fucked with the wrong YouTuber. This isn't sharp yet, so if you stick around for a few minutes, it'll be sharp enough, and then we can mess around with paper. Aiden, what's up? How's it going? It is early in the morning, ain't it? Ooh. That scared the shit out of me. I forgot this thing doesn't have a lock. Yep, that scared the shit out of me. What is how? Oh, no. There's no feedback on this. Yeah, it's a Civivi Appalachian Drifter. My back. Fuck. But I think it seems to me like the back pain starts at about the 2.5 to 3 hour mark. It is a solid clip point, yeah. Micarta S35VN. That is not how that works. See, this is where I kind of wish I had knives, I guess. I had his collection. So I could pull out the Mayhem and just say, look at this shit. I carry a knife every day. I'm wearing a knife in public daily. Sounds like you might live in the UK. There we go. There's a woman in your bed? That's scary. Don't talk to those. You might lose your house. Somebody found that funny at least. You left the back door open. Get her out. You can't have wild women in your house. You know her though? Big whoop. You can't have wild women in the house. That's how you lose your house. Less and less pressure. This is a soft heat treat, I can already tell. Yeah, women are scary because you have kids and then suddenly they say, well, I found this other dude who makes more than you, so I'm taking your house and the kids and you can't have shit. And then you still have to pay me too. And then once you start paying them, then they magically lose their job. And when they magically lose their job, then you owe them more. Yep, you gotta be careful of women. They're scary. That's the good luck thing, where if you don't talk to them, then typically they can't hurt you. But that's not 100% of the time. You gotta be careful around them. I hope people understand that this is like me halfway joking. Somebody's got to think that I'm being 100% serious on this. At least one person thinks I'm not kidding. You need to think? Ooh. Don't spend too much time on that. The worst part is, I'm sure there's at least one married dude that's watching, and his wife is sitting there listening to everything that I'm saying. You don't know how long she's been here? Ooh, that's risky right there. If they stay too long, then they get to claim squatters' rights. Be careful. How a squatter can get rights, I have no clue. Glorious. Nice one, Henry. That was good. See, Brando, that's where you made the mistake. You were already together with one. The worst part is I can't tell if he's joking around or not. Like, nope, this was a one-time stand 5 years ago. She still thinks we're together. She even gave me this paper that says Mariage License on the top. I signed it to keep her away, and now she's stuck in my house forever. She keeps threatening this thing called divorce. I don't know what that means. She's like, I'll take the kids and the house. You can't take a house. Houses don't move. They sit there. And they do house things. Somebody has to find that funny. I hope somebody found that funny. You can't take a house. Houses don't move. They sit there and do house things. Oh, good stuff. Peak comedy right here. Peak comedy on the KO Knives YouTube channel. Stick around, there probably isn't more to come, but we'll find out. Well, see, a trailer isn't a house, though. It's a trailer. It is an Appalachian Drifter in S35 VN. I'll have to do some testing to see what the edge retention's like. But if it's decent edge retention, I'd be more than happy to sell it. I think brand new, they're like 65. It was a pretty good price. I know for a fact it isn't as expensive as it sounds. The Appalachian Drifter is actually on sale for less than I bought it for. Not in the same color. This color's sold out and discontinued. You're gonna go poker and see what happens. Ooh, better use a stick. You don't want to get too close to those things. They're scary. Okay, so this is, I need to warn you about this before toilet plunger. Hell yeah. Poker with a rubber end. Okay, so this doesn't have a lock. There's no locking mechanism, as I'm sure you saw when it just about closed on my hand while sharpening. You son of a bitch. Stop using different screw heads. Business end, rubber end, whatever you want to call it. The end that sees the action. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else saw that. This thing just about closed on my hand while I was sharpening. Yeah, people are going to have so much trouble reading that. Oh. S35VN. Yeah, so how it works. I've heard about those, but $600 is way too much money. How it works is it's got two detent holes. That's how all Civivi knives are. They're all really small. So yeah, it sits there with this detent on both liners in one of the holes, and then you push it past that, and then it breaks, and then you go over to the second one where it's closed. But there's nothing keeping it from closing. So this needs a bit of oil. No, it's laser etched into it. Well, be sure to take a video of that for posterity or whatever they call it. It is clean because I keep my shit clean. It's just you need to know what you're buying before you buy this knife. It does not have a lock. And when I say that, I mean when you press on the back of the blade, there is nothing stopping it from closing. It's micarta. It doesn't feel like great micarta, but it's Civivi micarta. I'll put it this way, it doesn't feel expensive. She woke up? No way. Be careful there. Yeah, there is one, or there are a few knives that collect dust less than others, and I've figured out why they do that. And you're never going to believe it. It's super weird. So basically, the ones that I touch more often have less dust on them because I clean them more. I had to do some sort of smartass remark. Don't let her get too close. Do you have anything to keep the distance? The plunger. Do you still have it? No, I haven't noticed a big difference between different materials. I also keep them in boxes that are they're waterproof. Not a whole lot of dust gets in there. The ones on the table I've noticed don't gather any dust either, but I mess with them all the time. So basically my whole collection is just about dust free. And when I do use them in a dirty environment, when I get home I clean them. Gas station pot metal knives, dude. I don't have any gas station knives left. Except this bad boy. I know which mini toolboxes you're talking about, but they're like 19 bucks and it's not worth it. When they were on sale when they first came out and they were like 10 bucks, I could understand that. But at 19, it's not worth it. And the big reason I say that is for $29 when they're on sale, you can get the Apache 3800. And the Apache 3800, I have 5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 5 times 12 is 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. An Apache 3800 can hold 68 knives. Yep. I just finished another one of those boxes today. It took like an hour to. So I cut specific 2x1s. Yeah, dude, it's cheap. For how many knives it holds, it's well worth the price. And I'll show you which one I'm talking about. Let me set this up. Okay, no incriminating or anything down there. So let's go ahead and move the camera to face the floor. So that's my Apache 3800. I have 4 of them. Over time, I've consolidated down and I changed the pick and pull distances between each knife. This specific one holds 68. That's what it looks like. Yeah, it's pretty solid, and when they're on sale, they're 30 bucks. As I was saying, when they're on sale, they're 30 bucks. Dude, that's terrifying. She walked right past you. You're drooling like Homer Simpson. So yeah, I've got my Civivi Praxis, all of the mini Praxis babies, and yeah, it's a pretty solid setup for $30 in an hour of time. Pretty dang solid right there, if you ask me. And I have 4 of them. The old pickin' whatever ones that I used to do, I put 2 spaces between every knife, and I've just come to find out that it wastes so much space. Yeah, so about this right here is all Civivi. This, this, and this is Civivi only. Bottom line is all leaks. The bottom 2 lines are basically only Kershaw. The bottom row, third to the right. I don't think that's third to the right. This one? Yeah, it's a Camillus number 21, I think. Number 27. I'd be happy to sell that too. But yeah, that's all all these knives are under $50. Mr. Quasar, what's up? Yep, I have 2.5 of these boxes full. I don't have any balisongs, nope. Well, if you want one, I'll happily sell you one. I don't mind. It's not in great condition, but I'll go ahead and show you what it's like. Ooh, pile of shit knife. For anybody curious, this knife right here is my profile picture. It is an electrician's knife, yes. I can't afford a gravity knife. The one that I was wanting, I was saving up for, and then it dropped early, and then I couldn't get it. Chinese clones. I don't appreciate cloning. And I don't call them clones, I call them knockoffs. Clones, it depends. Clones are, well, how do you put this? I don't appreciate cloning either. I have one switchblade from Italy. I'm not going to grab it because it's in another room. I mean, they're kind of just the same thing, really. I mean, I'll put it this way, right? Like, let's say you bought a fake Sebenza. Okay? What you just did is instead of supporting an American made, American run company, or no, American run company from a South African knife maker. That's Chris Reeve with South African knife maker. Butterfly knives or balisongs, it's the same thing. Anyway, what you did was basically you've done 2 things, or a few things. You've told the knife manufacturer, the original knife manufacturer, that their product is too expensive and that you will never buy one or you won't buy one. Two, you've introduced a fake one of that knife into the market, possibly. Say, if you were to lose it, or if unfortunately you died and your family found this knife, or somebody found it on the ground, and when they look it up, they think, well, shit, this is the real deal. That I've got a $600 knife right here, and they bring it to a pawn shop, and the pawn shop sells it to somebody thinking that it's real. Now, Ganzo's a little different, and they don't. Sure, they take other people's designs, but they don't market them as their. They don't have the branding of the other company. And yeah, we have the channel logo on the table. Big deal right here. And Aiden, depending on how much the Spyderco lot that I showed you earlier today goes for, I might try and get it. I picked it up at a reptile zoo in Rapid City, South Dakota. Now I know which rims you're talking about. Yeah, Rapid City, South Dakota. I've been there. Oh, the Twitch 3, I forgot. Let me try and find it real quick. Give me like a couple minutes to try and find that. Before I try and find it. Just stick this hot piece of trash on the table for everybody to see. Yep, I was right. Ooh, let's not knock the phone over. You stupid chair. Oh, I was in Rapid City in 2022. It's when I like started getting into knives, and I'd buy just about any knife that I could find and afford. Okay, paper test. It's an SOG in 154 cm. kind of want to resharpen this just a little bit. No, I sharpened it. It was trashed when I got it. And I got it for low enough that I'm more than happy to sell it to AB123 at a more than decent cost. Well, I was gonna show off one of my SOGs in Cryo D2, but it's gone. I have no clue where I put it. You mean a Kershaw Cryo? I've got a Cryo 2 if you want it. It's on Blade Binge for 22 right now. And the Kershaw Cryo isn't terrible. No, we were talking about Cryo D2 for a second there. I don't know what D2N is. A lot of drop points love freehanding if you treat it right. And actually, y'all saying this is gonna be sharp as hell. I haven't even gotten a burr yet. That time I did. There we go. Drop points and sheep's foot blades, definitely. Warncliffs lend themselves to it quite well, too. Oh, there we go. I think that's a drop point. That wasn't a terrible price. Honestly, that's probably around what they sell for used. All right, you sleep well. Actually, real quick, let me strop it, and then I'll let you head out. Or go ahead and just head out anyway. Okay, how does that feel? The spew is a Warncliffe. Yep. Oh my god. Holy shit. And you guys wonder why I love 154 cm. That shit's sharp. Damn. I do too. Should have Knives, I guess, send me his best sharpness tester and yep, still not hair whittling sharp, but it is definitely getting down with the sharpness right there. Yep. You go ahead and get everything figured out with Blade Binge, and you can go ahead and have it. You have a great one, AB123. As for me, I went like an hour and 8 minutes past when I wanted to. Dude, it's not just the steel. Like, it is my favorite steel to sharpen by far. Well, actually, Spyderco's S30V is really nice as well. It takes an edge great, really, really quickly, too. You have a good one, AB123. We'll see you later. The sharpest I've ever gotten a knife, from my guess. Yep, Kaiser makes really good priced 154 cm. the least amount of work. It's pricey. It really is. But it is Spyderco's S30V. I played around with Benchmade's 154 cm before they moved to S30V, and that stuff was really fast, but they don't make things in 154 cm anymore, so you got to find them used. I think the knife that I got was the Kaiser original in 154 cm. Yep, the Kaiser original's been discontinued. And it looks like they don't have very many left. However, this is probably the best deal that you will get on 154 cm at the moment. And I'll show you what the knife looks like. I have one. But this is a Kaiser original. Because it's discontinued, it's 40% off. And I don't know, maybe it might show up with an extra like 10% off thing if you give them your email or something. But it's $50.40. The only downside is this is the only color that's left. If you don't like green, then it might not be for you. So yeah. It is a great knife though. I like mine. Mine's in rich light, not aluminum. So yeah, everybody should at least take one look at the Kaiser website because you never know what you're going to find. And they do crazy deals on their own website. Let me go grab mine real quick. It's like right in the other room. It was aluminum scales, not micarta. Let me go grab mine. So here's mine, still in the box. The worst part about Kaiser is their boxes. When they put them in the boxes, everything fits so perfect that as soon as you take it out of the box, it's blatantly obvious. And the reason why it's obvious is because when you try and put it all back in, it never fits right. Is that something to be mad about? Maybe not, but you got to keep in mind I'm a YouTuber. Oh, I forgot how fidgety this knife is. It's simple, it's cheap, but it fits everything perfectly. So here's mine. So it comes in bubble wrap with an instruction manual and spare hardware for everything except for the pivot. Be sure to wash, I know this sounds stupid, be sure to wash your micarta. And the reason I say that is because I've talked to this other dude who he carries his knife. You know, he carries his knife daily like we all do. But his smells like poop. Let me check. I can't tell if it's on bearings. So yeah, basically what happens with micarta, and one of the reasons I don't like it, is when you don't wash it, when your hands get sweaty and you're messing around with it, the dead skin cells from your hands rub off onto the micarta and they stay there. You need to wash your knives. Micarta, I think Dawn dish soap is the way to go. I haven't tried it, but I'm pretty sure that's the way that you want it to do, or you want to do it, because it gets rid of oils. And then you dry it off, and once it's fully dry, then you re-oil it with something like mineral oil or beeswax or something like that to hopefully prevent this from happening again. But you do need to wash your micarta every once in a while. And the way to know that you need to wash it is, this is going to sound so stupid. Go stick your knife in a bag, in a Ziploc bag, and close it. And don't carry that knife for a week. Open the bag again and smell what's in the bag. If it smells like shit, it needs washed. But yeah, that's the thing, is you won't know what it smells like because you carry it so often. So you go nose blind to it. But if you stick it in a bag or something for like 4 days, and then you go back and open the bag and smell it, and it smells like shit, you'll notice immediately. Oh, this thing's so fun. I mean, there's only like 3 ways of opening it, but it is fidget friendly. Well, sawdust is better than shit, so... And... if you can't put something in a bag carefully without ripping a hole in it, then that's a you problem. Just, you know, when it's open, you take the bag, right? And then you slowly put it in. And then you put it down, and then you seal it. There you go. It's a sealed bag with your knife that might smell like shit. Then when it's done, you pop open the bag and you smell it. And when it smells like somebody shit on the floor and then left it there for 3 months, then you'll know. I'm trying to tell you guys, your knife, people can smell your knife. If it doesn't smell good, it's blatantly obvious. Take care of your stuff. He's worried about rust. Put a desiccant packet in there. A desiccant packet isn't going to hide the smell. I promise you. Yes, it's on bearings. I'm just starting to mess around with carbon stuff. Yep, it says do not eat. It will dehydrate you. It is specifically for children. Because we want children dehydrated. Well, it's nice to see that I got most of the rust off this thing. I hope that he actually buys this thing. He threw me an offer, and then I accepted the offer, and then he didn't pay for it, so it didn't get sent out. Messing around with Maximate has been weird. I won't sell it. It's mine. I bought it because it's mine. I wanted it. However, I have another case. Actually, this one was for somebody else. That's the one right there. So this one was in case somebody, that dude whose knife I cleaned, in case he wanted it. It's synthetic. All three are synthetic. It just looks kind of white because of the light. No, not everything's for sale. Some of my knives are not for sale, no matter how much you gave me. Okay, so this is in carbon vanadium. Or chrome vanadium. No patina. There is none on this one, which means you can make your own. They are still polished from factory. And I've got a set price that I'd like for them, for this one specifically. And if you can tell me, you tell me what you'd pay for it, and I have a price in mind. And I'll be honest, I'm going to write it down real quick before you tell me anything. Purple. Yes. Purple booklet. This thing. You could do it in a week. Mess around with some grapes. Cut grapes in half and then wipe it off pretty often. $80. I don't even think they sell for that much new. How much do they sell for new? Give me a minute. 50 or 60 is probably around what they sell for new, to be honest. Let me see what it is. 50 or 3207. Case 3207. On the Case website, this knife is $62.99. Yeah, I didn't want that much for it. $80 plus on eBay? Yeah, right. Yeah, I'll be honest, I was thinking like 35 after shipping. I try to give the best deals I can, I really do. Too much pivot lube? How'd you pull that off? But yeah, 35 after shipping in the US. I think that's more than fair. It doesn't have a box, that's why I'm not going the full price. So how'd you pull off putting too much pivot lube? Because now you got me curious. This thing's clean. And you wonder why I want so much for it. You like that one more? Shit. It's like a black finish. It's not, it's like an acid wash on this one. It feels rough. That's weird, dude. That is true. Too much pivot lube will attract rust. You are weird. Freaking weirdo. Well, if you want this one, let me show you a few of the other ones I have before you make any final decisions. I didn't know that dry lube was a thing, unless you're talking about graphite. Is that what you were talking about? Okay, yeah. Graphite, basically just a pencil. You kind of just draw on it with a pencil. Yeah. There's no blues or reds in the right lighting at all. It's just kind of black. But if that's what you want, I'm not going to say no. I'm just going to call you weird while you want it. Why don't you want to take it apart? What knife is it before I start asking the dumb questions? Let's start with the smart questions. It basically is new, yeah. It had a red-blue patina on it. I'm dealing with a little bit of dust in the pivot on this. And I have noticed that the more lube I put in there, the worse and grittier it sounds. So why don't you want to take it apart? I just about chopped the end of my finger off. So somebody tried sharpening this with a belt sander, and that's where all those lines come from, is when somebody fucked up. So what knife is it? Because I kind of already asked, and you haven't told me yet. Yeah, I think they both have nickel silver bolsters. So what are you trying to take apart? Now, I will be completely honest. Traditionals, I will not take them apart. I don't know how. And I don't have the tools to put them back together, and I don't have the brass rod either. That's great, Henry. What knife is it? I've only asked 3 times. What were we talking about? Blast it clean with mass airflow sensor. I think I'll just use alcohol, isopropyl alcohol. We'll just spray some isopropyl alcohol in there and see how it goes. But yeah, this is a Case Stockman. It's a real steel? Okay. Yeah, pretty sure you do need new pins after that. Oh, this is gonna drip everywhere. And all the lubrication is gone. Now I leave it here for a couple minutes playing with it. On Fleabay. I like that. That's good. Real Steel T101. Archived. Thanks, I didn't need to know that. Okay, DLT Trading, can you be helpful? Do you have more than one picture? No? You don't? Fuck you. It's been discontinued for a bit. If Blade HQ has it discontinued. So what's got you so scared of taking it apart? No, I see what knife you're talking about. You're scared of taking that apart? Really? It's just your average knife. There's nothing special about this thing. Unless the pivot's a T6, then that's gonna suck, but other than that, Yeah, that's just an average everyday knife right there. Okay, so what has you scared of taking it apart? You like it, so you don't take it apart to take care of it? I'm sorry, I take care of my knives way too much. What you're adding up doesn't make any sense to me. When I care about my shit, I clean it often. Yep, and this stuff being synthetic stuff, it will melt with acetone and stuff like that. With the harsher chemicals, it'll melt. Let's see, I have a 114-year-old knife from it's a Model A11 from some company that didn't last very long. Well, how long do you think it takes to clean a knife? Because you have time right now, and I'll walk you through it. It looks to me like any other liner lock, so let's find a liner lock. Mm. The sharp finger is a cool knife. It was way cooler when I was a kid and thought that it was the best knife ever. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to think of which um, liner lock knife would make sense to take apart as an example. 3 screws. No. No. I think the Penguin will add up just fine. Do you have your tools ready? I have my tools ready. I can talk while taking stuff apart. It's not hard. Also, Henry, what tools do you use? Like what company? Because I use the cheapest shit that I can from Harbor Freight. You use Loctite? Fuck that. I don't touch Loctite on my knives because What if I want to take it apart again? You don't need it. Trust me. And your workspace doesn't need to be as clean as you might think. If I took a picture of this, it would look like shit. It is not clean. However, it is clean enough to take this apart and clean it. It doesn't need to be a whole ceremony or anything. It may be one of my favorite knives, but it's not going to be treated any different from any of the others. Let's tighten those back up, actually. Let's go the other way. Well, knives shouldn't be hard to take apart. Of course, this one's been taken apart before. You may have some issues with screws. My recommendation, heat. So this one's not your average everyday liner lock. And the reason why is because it has 6 washers. So it's a little more complicated than, or I'm assuming it's a little more complicated than your real steel is. So let's see this. They are shredded carbon with G10 pieces mixed in. Okay, the 6th one is on top of that. Oh, it's on bearings. Yep, bearings doesn't change much of anything. It's just slightly less complicated. I make it look easy because I do this all the time. And people pay me to clean their shit. So, give me there. A little bit of oil left behind from when it was new. You wipe that off with a microfiber. Oh, that didn't want to come off easy. So I use my thumb. And my thumb has more abrasives than the microfiber. There we go. Now that's clean. Oh, my back is killing me. They're square. Hey, look, a phone. Nope, it is not grippy. It feels like holding a plastic square. All of this texture you see, you don't feel any of it. Okay, gonna go ahead and put this back on. Okay. Yeah, that looks fine underneath. So I'm not going to worry about cleaning that. Okay, now for the blade, you just kind of just wipe it off on a microfiber. Now when you're ready to put it back together, go ahead and tell me and we'll start the steps on putting it back together. Now the question is, does it have barrel spacers or a back spacer? Back spacer, okay. When you're done and ready to put it back together, go ahead and tell me. And then we'll start steps on putting it back together. No. The multiple washers thing is something that QSB does more than anybody else. Like Chris Reeve knives have one on each side, they're just huge. I don't think there's a swedge on this blade, it's all flat. It's just a flat piece of bar stock with a hollow grind. If you want to, it's up to you. I think you're a few minutes behind, by the way. The fun thing is, Randalls, you can. And I'll show you how you can share pictures with us. For anybody who's interested, this works for or with any of you as well. Please keep things safe for work. It's kind of important that we keep things that way. But basically, we're going to go to my live stream on my second phone. Okay, here's my live stream. Whoa, another live stream. Whoa, another live stream. Anyway, you click on the profile pic, you click on visit community, and you can make posts here. And then we click newest, and then it shows the newest post. You can post pictures here. Just please keep them safe for work. If they start not being safe for work, then I might have to shut that down, and that's not going to be any fun. Oh, okay. Anyway, we'll go ahead and put this back together then, since I don't have to wait. We go, this goes on to here. Like this. Okay. Charade is mostly made in China now. The other side? Okay, it is the other side that has that. Which means that I need these in here first. Yep, Charade was bought out a while back. They have some new stuff in America, like made in America, but a few of them are crossbar locks. They have the, give me just a second and I'll look it up. The Radoc or something. It's like $250 for the same materials as the bug out. Plus carbon fiber, I think. I don't think it's worth it. They think it is, so I'm not going to argue with them. Okay, now this. Ooh, that scared the shit out of me. Pivot goes. Pivot goes in there. Okay. Washer on. Washer on. Nylon washer on. Blade. Oh, yeah, don't you dare be screwing around with me today. Stop pin in. Nylon and regular washer on. Regular washer on. Show scale on. Swap this out for the T8. Okay. Swap for this T6. Another T6. Sorry guys, my left shoulder is going numb right now. Or left, like, not shoulder, but what's it called? It's on my back. The scapula or something. Some bullshit name. Shoulder blade. And then bam. That's all it takes. You love knife, I love knife. We all love knife. That's why we're here, because we love knife. You love lamp? Oh, uh-oh. No, we love knife here, not lamp. Yes, we life knife, indeed. Live knife, live knife, laugh knife, love knife. Gotta get something that says that in my house somewhere. Just live, laugh, love, knife. You have a good one, Randall. We'll see you later. If you're interested in that case, hit me up on Instagram. It would be $35 after shipping, so roughly half of what they go for new. Yeah, I'm probably going to end it here in like 4 minutes. What? Or 30. 30 after shipping because it had the patina on it. Nice catch. I forgot that. You killed a man, I killed a man, we killed a man. If you don't know that song, I'm not surprised. Now I got you to stay. Oh, because I'm only gonna finish it, or I'm gonna end it in like 3 minutes. Dude, this was a 5-hour stream and I planned it on it being 2. This always happens every single time. At this point, when I say short stream, it means like 3 hours. Oh yeah, Rich said he's gonna have a short stream. Don't talk to him for the next 4 hours. Oh, I kind of thought you were staying around because I was interesting or something. Nope, apparently not. 2 minutes until we end the stream. I should probably start cleaning up the table. I need to start doing that before, Yep. Don't be afraid to take apart your shit unless it has springs in it. I'm never afraid unless it has springs. Then sometimes I'm very scared. Demco. Sorry, had a little bit of a cough there. Demco bullshit. Ben Kenobi. General Kenobi. Anyway, guys, we got about 30 seconds until the stream ends. At about 20 seconds left, or 15 seconds left, I'll start my outro and then we'll end it there. Get some spendy shit on the table. Anyway, guys, it was nice talking to you guys. Thank you for sitting around and watching my stream for no reason or something. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day, night, morning, whatever it is, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye, guys.